Cash 5-1 heavy contact, Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact, Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact, Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact, Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact, Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact, Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact, Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact, Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact, Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact, Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact, Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact, Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact, Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact, Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact, Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact, Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact.
What's going on, guys? How's everybody doing? Sounds like we got an EAM coming in. Okay, guys, so we just had an EAM. It was very quiet. We still have encrypted data. Hold on one second, guys. I just got to share the stream out across all my platforms to let everybody know that I'm live, because YouTube doesn't do a great job at doing that. Mad Mom, thank you for the donation and the gifted memberships. Really appreciate it. So we have some major breaking news. Apparently there was heavy contact reported in Alaska by looks like a US E3 Sentry AWACS plane reported heavy contact on Anchorage sensor. Let me play that for you again.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact, Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet.
So they said Cash 5-1 heavy contact on Anchorage sensor, it sounded like.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact, Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet.
Wow. Hold on one sec, guys. I'm trying to share everything out here and set up all my radios. Hold on.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
So this is just absolutely insane. So this is major breaking news. Some kind of heavy contact in Alaska right now. We still have U.S. nuclear forces on high alert. And we also have another drone incursion into Denmark. Multiple cities reporting drones across Denmark. Multiple airports in Denmark are reporting drones. I'm going to update you guys on that. Let me just get my radios here set up. Jim Pop says, I'm a pilot. He is telling the pilot to contact center at 129.3. Okay. And when you say center, what is he contacting? Center of what? Yeah, it's Cache 51. Cache 51. I'm going to see if I can find it. But here's the... looks like we have a third C-130 taking off from Anchorage. Look at this. So we got one C-130 here doing loops right near the Bering Land Bridge area. Check this out. We got this C-130 doing loops here, and we have another C-130 about to take off. Nuclear codes are still going. We still have the encrypted data. So this is crazy. We got one C-130 looping over the Bering land bridge. Right now we have another C-130 about to take off. We also have a presidential Doomsday plane up in the air. Let me see if I can show you the Doomsday plane is actually sitting on the runway. Wow, we got a lot of U.S. military activity in Alaska now. See if I can switch my screen. 1 second here. Okay, so here we have a presidential Doomsday plane in D.C. It's been sitting there all night. Came from Offutt Air Base, probably waiting to take Trump back to Offutt Air Base, maybe to the bunker over there. I mean, this is crazy, guys. This is absolutely insane. We got 3 C-130s. Oh, looks like we got another E-3 Sentry about to take off from Anchorage. Looks like we got a C-130. C-130 about to take off. I'm sorry, E-3 Sentry appears to either be landing or it looks like it's about to take off. Let's see. Yep. We got another E-3 Sentry taking off from Anchorage. This would be the second E-3 Sentry up in the air today. The first one reported heavy contact. Now we have another E-3 Sentry taking off. This is absolutely insane. This is coming less than 24 hours after Trump called Russia a paper tiger. Absolutely insane. This is just absolutely insane, guys. Absolutely insane. This is just totally insane. We got it. Looks like it's heading straight for where the C-130 is. Check that out. Look at that. E-3 is going. Just took off from Elmendorf. Just took off from Elmendorf. We got an E-3 Sentry taking off from Elmendorf right now. Something is going on, guys. This is extremely unusual to see an E-3 Sentry suddenly scrambled, and it looks like it's heading for where the C-130 is, right near Nome. Right near Nome, we got a C-130 here, right near Nome, Alaska. Okay, it looks like something must have happened here. Maybe Russian jets flew into Alaska. If you remember, Trump said that Europe should shoot down Russian jets that fly into NATO airspace, so maybe this is a way of Putin sending the U.S. a message by sending Russian jets into American airspace. Who knows? Julie Bratcher, thank you so much for those gifted memberships. Really appreciate it, Julie Bratcher. Thank you very, very much. So we got an E-3 Sentry taking off now. This is just literally a few hours after that other E-3 Sentry was the other E-3 Sentry was saying that it had heavy contact. There was also a Coast Guard C-130 up here near Prudhoe Bay in the Beaufort Sea area. Look at that. It was flying really low over here. Let's see, we got, looks like a North Slope. What is that? Some kind of North Slope police or something, I don't know. But we got multiple U.S. military aircraft over Alaska. Specifically, we got this one C-130 looping over Nome. and now we have another E3 Sentry going up into the air, and then we have another C-130 taking off. Okay, so this is extremely serious. We also have a presidential Doomsday plane sitting on the runway in DC. Check this out. We got a presidential Doomsday plane sitting on the runway, okay, in DC. So usually these planes don't just sit on the runway like that. This means that it has its tracker turned on, okay, which means that it's getting ready to fly at a moment's notice. It's ready to fly at a moment's notice. So that means something is brewing here, guys. This is extremely concerning. Extremely concerning. Thank you again, Julie Bratcher. Appreciate it. Appreciate the donations. Thank you very much. Hold on one sec. I'm trying to get a better radio here that might be able to pick this up a little better. This is absolutely insane. So we got another E3 Sentry going up into the air after reports of heavy contact. Okay, this is extremely unusual for Alaska, guys. See if I can get a different station here closer to Alaska that might be able to pick up EAMs better from there. Wow, this E3 Sentry is heading straight for Nome, where the C-130 is. Look, it's going straight to Nome. Check that out. And we still have the presidential Doomsday plane here. So we have major breaking news. We have heavy contact reported over Alaska. Not sure what that means exactly, but it's pretty strange to hear them saying that. I'm going to play the clip again for those of you guys who are just tuning in. I'll play that clip so you can hear it again. Matt Burden, thank you so much for the donation. Thank you, Greg. I don't get paid for a few days, or I'd do more for support of this channel and news. Thank you for me being an honorary mod. Yeah, no problem, Matt. I mean, there's over 3,000 people that can help donate, so don't feel that you have to do it, you know. There's over 3,500 people here right now. Thank you so much, Matt. I appreciate that. And Platinator, thank you so much for the donation. There was an Antonov 124 Ruslan from Anchorage, now looks like about to land at Punta Cana. Pretty strange. Interesting. I don't know what that was. Interesting. I'm going to play the audio clip again for those of you guys that are just showing up. We had a U.S. AWACS plane operating over Alaska. Just reported heavy contact over Anchorage sensor. Let me play that again.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage sensor on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage sensor on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage sensor on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage sensor on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage sensor on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage sensor on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage sensor on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage sensor on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage sensor on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage sensor on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage sensor on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage sensor on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage sensor on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage sensor on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage sensor on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage sensor on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage sensor on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage sensor on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
So that's some major breaking news, guys. Thank you, Soul Friends Forever. I appreciate that. Thank you very much for the kind words. Very heavy contact, as reported
mainsail, with test count, passing 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. This is mainsail out.
Mainsail test count. Wow. Wow. So this is just totally insane. So this is absolutely insane. Now we have E3 Sentry, another E3 Sentry going up to Nome. No, guys, there's a lot of idiots out there in the chat. I hate to use that word. I see there's a lot of idiots out there, keyboard experts. I bet none of you guys fly planes or know anything about planes. You're just probably sitting there with Alexa. If you're going to post stupid, misleading information in my chat, my mods will gladly ban your ass. Okay, this is not an exercise. This is not anything normal. Okay, I've never heard of planes using the word heavy contact to describe a heavy plane. Okay, that is just pure and utter bullshit, and you're misleading people in my chat. If you're going to come here and mislead people with your self-proclaimed expert bullshit, my mods will escort you out and ban your ass. Okay, get a life. Okay, get out of your mom's basement, get a girlfriend, stop looking at hentai, okay, and get the hell off my channel. Do not mislead people with fake information and bullshit to throw people off in my chat. Okay, there's a reason why the U.S. is sending another AWACS plane up to this area where the AWACS plane was just there 2 hours ago. If this was routine or some kind of drill, that could mean anything, as some idiot in the chat said. Oh, that could mean anything. That could mean anything. Well, yeah, of course that could mean anything. If you're an idiot like you, of course that could mean anything to an idiot. Okay, but if you're a normal, sane, logical, smart person, not an idiot, you'll know that heavy contact in military terms means something serious. So go back to playing your Call of Duty, watching your hentai, and living in your mom's basement, and get the hell out of here, okay? So we have another AWACS plane taking off from Anchorage right now. Another E3 Sentry, and look where it's going, straight for where the E3 was earlier. Okay, so if this was routine, if that could be anything, then why are they sending another AWACS plane plus a C-130 here? If it was just a routine exercise, or that it could mean anything, it's just a large plane on the runway. That's why they're saying it's heavy contact. Robert Hollingsworth, thank you so much for the donation. Really appreciate it. And thanks for the kind words. Yeah, that's right. I'm always right. I'm right 99% of the time. And I'm not trying to sound arrogant. It's just my track record. It's the truth. I'm just stating the truth. I'm right 90% of the time, 99% of the time. And I'll be right. I'll be right again about this. EM, sorry to hear that you lost your job. And thanks for the donation, Greg. I lost my job because I refused to work without locking out. Sorry, it's the best I can do right now. Sorry to hear that you lost your job. I'm not sure what you mean, work without locking out. I'm not sure what you mean by that, but that's always a stressful time when you lose your job. That's always stressful. So hope you guys can pray for EM. He's a regular on this channel. Rousey Cat, thank you for the gifted memberships. Really appreciate it. Wow, we have someone in the chat saying a friend of mine lives in near Andrews Air Force Base and the Doomsday plane has its engines on. Wow, that is very, very concerning. Very concerning. So we actually have the engines are on this Doomsday plane. Oh my gosh, I still see some idiot here in the chat arguing about what this means. Goodbye. Goodbye, see you later. Cash 51 is the call sign of the E3 Sentry. Yeah, he's been blocked. See you later, idiot. Josh Miller, thank you for the donation. Really appreciate it. 2 Mirages off the coast of North Carolina early along with Stratotankers. Interesting. Mirage, you're talking about Mirage 2000s, the French fighter jets. So we got some interesting info coming in from people in the chat. We have one person saying that they live at Andrews Air Force Base and the Doomsday plane actually has its engines on. It's basically sitting there idling. And then we have another person saying they saw French Mirage 2000 fighter jets airborne off the coast of North Carolina. I think Russia did quietly declare war on the U.S. What's going on, Mud and Munitions, my friend? Good to see you. I had to scramble early from your live stream before I got to see Times Square. I'm going to try to catch up on that after this stream. We have major news coming in that there was some kind of heavy contact reported in Alaska. Something's going on in Alaska right now, so I had to jump on the live stream here. For those of you guys who don't know, check out my friend Mud and Munitions. Good buddy of mine. He was just here last week for a couple days. We filmed a bunch of videos that are going to be up on my channel and on his channel. Mud and Munitions, check him out. Look at this, guys. We have another, look at this. We now have an aerial refueler joining these other planes here now. And we have a C-17 doing some kind of weird loop. Looks like we just had a 6.2 magnitude earthquake in Venezuela right now. Looks like 6.2 magnitude earthquake in Venezuela right now. That's pretty strange. I didn't know Venezuela had big quakes like that. I don't know if they're testing Russian nukes or something, or maybe Trump just nuked Venezuela, but 6.2 magnitude earthquake in Venezuela right now. But we now have an aerial refueler I don't know if it was flying for a while or if it just turned its, looks like it was airborne for a while. Let's see, 223. Yeah, so this aerial refueler was probably refueling some assets here, flying dark. So we now have this aerial refueler that just popped up. Could have been refueling something over there near the Bering Land Bridge area. So it looks like something's going on over here near the Bering Land Bridge area, the border between Alaska and Russia. Seek and Find, thank you for the donation. Thanks for all you do. I agree, heavy contact is concerning. From a previous profession, it usually meant combat engaged. Stay frosty, brother. So it looks like we have a veteran of the military here, or some kind of profession, maybe contractor, saying he's saying that heavy contact means combat engaged. Okay. Matt Burden, thank you for the donation and the kind words. I just really love it here, and all the mods are so cool. We can talk this and also have fun. Only place to be. Much respect, Greg. I'll keep you going like people do Long John Silver's. Thank you, Matt Burden. Really appreciate all the support, Matt. Really, really appreciate it. Yeah, if there's no aftershocks, from that 6.2 in Venezuela, then a 6.4 now in Venezuela. Wow. 6.4 magnitude earthquake in Venezuela. Just coming in right now. Let me get the earthquake tracker up on the screen here so you can see what I'm looking at. We got a 6.4 magnitude earthquake. Look at this, guys. Just detected. They might have potentially upgraded it. Maybe it came in as a 6.2, but this looks like the epicenter right here. 6.4 magnitude earthquake right now. Looks like northwestern Venezuela. Absolutely insane. Very strange. Now, on top of Alaska and this earthquake in Venezuela, we haven't even talked about Denmark. Denmark's under another drone attack by, looks like potentially Russian drones. They upgraded it. 6.7 magnitude earthquake detected in Venezuela. Looks like they just upgraded it. Wow. 6.7 magnitude earthquake in Venezuela. That is extremely strange, guys. They just upgraded it to a 6.7. Look at this thing. Wow. Right near Zulia, Venezuela. The depth is 10 kilometers, so pretty shallow. This could potentially cause a tsunami. It's really close to the ocean. Wow. 6.7 magnitude earthquake. Absolutely insane. Let's 6.8. They just upgraded it to 6.8 now. It's just been upgraded to 6.8. Absolutely insane. It's been upgraded to 6.8 now. Check that out. Wow. Wow, this is weird. Now they're downgrading it to a 6.5. I don't know what's going on here. I don't know if these are multiple quakes or just one. This is really strange. They went up to 6.8. Now it's down to 6.5. Looks like this is revision number 28. So it looks like roughly around 6.5, 6.8 based on all the different revisions so far. Wow. Absolutely insane. But for those of you guys just tuning in, we have a situation unfolding in Alaska right now. Something's going on in Alaska. There was a U.S. E-3 Sentry AWACS plane with the call sign Cash 51 that reported heavy contact near Anchorage sensor. Not sure what exactly that means, but he reported heavy contact near Anchorage sensor, or in Anchorage sensor. And now we have another E-3 AWACS going up to Alaska, going up to Nome near the Bering Land Bridge. It looks like they settled on 6.5 for this earthquake. Let me see if I can. Looks like the screen is changing around. One moment here. Okay, it looks like they're settling on around 6.5, 6.4 now. So they went up to 6.8. Now they've settled on 6.4. But it looks like there was an aerial refueler out of Fairbanks that was assisting refueling some fighter jets. For those of you guys just tuning in, I'm going to play the audio again so you can hear for yourself, okay, what they were saying. Listen to this.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
All right, guys. So you can make up your mind what that means. Looks like the E-3 Sentry must have just disappeared. Either they manually turned their flight tracker off, or they're trying to hide. Looks like we got a refueler landing now, probably was supporting some of these planes here. Looks like it was flying dark. But we still have a Doomsday plane on the tarmac in DC. Check this out. This is pretty weird to have a Doomsday plane still airborne. And look at this. Look at this sub hunter here off the coast of North Carolina. Look at that. Near Morehead City, we got a sub hunter here doing a really intense patrol. Absolutely insane. There could potentially be a Russian sub off of North Carolina right now. That's pretty weird to see this late at night. And then here's the Doomsday plane just sitting there at Andrews Air Force Base with its engine on. Pan Flap, thank you for the donation. I appreciate it. And Kumquat Singleton, thank you very much. Yeah, I can go live on Twitter as well. I haven't done that in a while, but I could do that. It's just if I do that, it can be conflicting, you know. Got like one stream on YouTube, one stream on Twitter, and it just becomes confusing for people. I'd rather just have it in one place. But thank you for the suggestion, Panflap and Singleton. Thank you for the donation there. Appreciate you guys donating. If I don't answer your comments right away, just know it's real busy tonight. So, Skyfall, what's going on? Thanks for the donation. Frequency weapon, interesting. Sharon, thank you for the donation. Eli Accord, thanks for the donation and for the kind words. Really appreciate it. Mandy80, thank you, Mandy80. I wasn't addressing you with my rant earlier. There were a few other people that were basically trying to minimize the seriousness of the situation. So it wasn't you, Mandy80. Josh Miller, thank you again. We still have encrypted data on the primary nuclear war frequency right now. Take a listen. I'm going to play that for you. Still got encrypted data, which is crazy. We had Skymaster messages yesterday, if you remember that. See if I can get that encrypted data for you. It's pretty annoying. So that's the encrypted data that's still going right now. Encrypted data on the primary U.S. nuclear war frequency still going. Absolutely insane. Coralie, thank you for the donation for the gifted memberships. I mean, Coralie Miller, thank you for those gifted memberships. It's very generous of you. Thank you very, very much. Hope you're having a good evening. Thank you. Appreciate that. See something here, guys. One moment. And I haven't even had a chance to discuss the situation with the drones. Situation with the drones in Denmark. We have multiple airports in Denmark. Multiple airports in Denmark shut down again due to drone sightings, and also military base, I think, in Denmark also had some drones fly over. They're supposed to declare a national emergency in Denmark now. The police chief in Denmark, the National Police Chief of Denmark, is reporting that he may decide to declare a national emergency in Denmark because of that. Gabriel H., thank you for the PayPal. Gabriel H., really appreciate it. Thank you, Gabriel H. And Renato S., thank you for the donation. Hope you're doing well. And Jane Y, thank you for the PayPal and the kind words. Hope you're doing well. Deborah H, thank you for the PayPal. Really appreciate it. Deborah H, if you're still there, thank you so much for that PayPal. Really appreciate the PayPals, guys. There was also a massive strike on this port in Russia today. The Ukrainians hit a major port. Look at this, guys. We got this sub-hunter off the coast of North Carolina, which is really strange for this time of night. Still have a presidential Doomsday plane sitting on the tarmac. One of the people in the chat here said that they know someone that lives at Andrews Air Force Base, and that Doomsday plane is sitting there with its engines on, apparently. And then we have the C-130 with its... This C-130 is just doing a perfect loop. Look at this. Perfect loop over Nome. Okay, multiple loops over Nome. The only reason I can think that they would do something like this is that there must have been some kind of incursion here. Maybe the Russians tried to fly into Nome, and now they're flying the C-130 here to patrol the area. Something must have happened here for this C-130 to be constantly looping like that, okay? Something must be happening for this C-130 to just be randomly looping like that in that specific area. Tells me that they're looking for something, or they're patrolling this specific area here just to the east of Nome, Alaska. Thank you again, Coralie, for the gifted memberships. Mike O'Brien, thank you so much for the donation. This is like a game of cat and mouse every night. Yeah, it really is. That's funny. We got some more C-130s here near Anchorage right now. Looks like one maybe is about to take off. Let's see, or did it just maybe just landed? Maybe it just landed, I don't know. We got another C-130 here just doing loops. But something is going on over here, and for the Doomsday plane to be on the tarmac for that long is really concerning. This Doomsday plane's just been sitting there at Andrews Air Force Base with its tracker on for hours, guys. Hours. That's just not something you normally see with these Doomsday planes. Daniel says the PUDs are out thick. That's funny. Terry Travis, thank you so much for the donations, for the gifted memberships. I'm just going to update the ticker real quick. 1 second, so people, when they come in, they know what's going on. So Denmark is declaring a national emergency now because of all these drones tonight. This is the second night where drones disrupted airports in Denmark. Let me just see something here. One sec, guys. We had this earthquake in Venezuela, very strange earthquake in Venezuela. Now they're saying it was a 6.4. Unusually strong earthquake in Venezuela, in Zulia, Venezuela. Very strange. So this Doomsday plane is still on the tarmac at Andrews Air Force Base. This is very strange for a Doomsday plane to be sitting like that. And then we have this Sub Hunter here, which is very strange as well, near Morehead City and Wilmington. Just extremely bizarre. Okay, the E-3 Sentry just popped up again. It looks like it's heading towards the Bering Sea. Trump's Sword, thank you so much for the donation. Really appreciate it, Trump's Sword. Anybody from North Carolina, if you notice anything unusual, specifically if you live near Wilmington and Morehead City, let me know, because we have a Sub Hunter off the coast of Wilmington and Morehead City. It's pretty weird for this late at night. Very, very unusual situation unfolding. Let me read to you some of the latest about we have breaking news coming in. Turkey is now deploying one of their AWACS planes to Lithuania after repeated Russian drone and aircraft incursions. Turkey deployed their E-7T AWACS to Lithuania. So Turkey is deploying AWACS planes to Lithuania. That's a first. I'm telling you guys, we could be days away from Russia invading the Baltics and attacking Europe. Could just be days away. So let me read to you here some info. Danish National Police state that they have now verified drone activity around Esbjerg and Sonderborg Airport, as well as Skydrup Air Base in southern Denmark. So they actually, these drones flew close to an F-16 and an F-35 base in Denmark, okay? That was just tonight. See if I can So one of these drone sightings was near an F-16 and an F-35 air base in Denmark. Okay. So I'm not going to make you guys listen to that, but that's the encrypted data on the primary U.S. nuclear war frequency. Still going, which is just totally insane. Thanks again, Trump's Sword, for another donation tonight. I really appreciate it. Yeah, we could be just hours away. So what you're looking at here is a map of all the air bases or airports where drones were spotted tonight. Just in the last couple of hours, it was the Aalborg Lufthaven. I don't know if that's like air. I guess that's like airport. Luft is like right, airport or something. Aalborg Airport, Esbjerg Airport, Skysdrup Airport, and Sonderburg Airport are all closed because of Russian drones flying over, and they also flew over this F-16 and F-35 base. So this is very, very serious. Okay, I want to just read to you a little bit about the drones here now. Salty Biscuit, thank you for the donation. Heavy contact definition. Engaged with enemy forces in significant strength, not just a small skirmish. Sustained fighting with multiple weapons involved. Wow. That's pretty scary. I mean, maybe we shot down a Russian jet and now they're looking for the pieces of it. And that's why they have all these planes. Wow, look at this. We got an aerial refueler just popped up. Look at this. We got some refueling activity going on here. Yeah, this is a big situation. A refueler just popped up near the Bering Land Bridge. Check this out. And then that E3 AWACS just disappeared again. Got to remember, guys, this is a very remote area, so the trackers, the flight trackers don't work too good here because it's kind of like your cell phone. But look at this. Aerial refueler doing multiple loops over the Bering Land Bridge. That means they're obviously refueling something, and then here you can see the C-130 is still doing this perfect loop here near Nome. I see we still have a bunch of sore people out there that are sore that I'm reporting this. They just can't stand the fact that I have a large audience. I don't know why people hate me because I have a large audience. It seems like everybody comes out of the woodwork and starts telling me that I have fake news, that I don't know what I'm talking about. Anytime I have a large audience, it always happens that way. People always have to come out of the woodwork and start chiming in and saying I don't know what I'm talking about. The fact of the matter is we have a lot of military activity here at the Bering Land Bridge. Okay, Bering Land Bridge. We have aerial refueler. We have a C-130. There was just an E-3 Sentry here. There was an E-3 Sentry earlier, so something is definitely going on. Heavy contact does not mean a heavy plane. That is not true. Not in all situations. So I'm not going to keep harping on this again because it's a waste of time. Yeah, that's right. Haters are going to hate. That's right. So we now have an aerial refueler showing up on the flight tracker. Mods, if anybody keeps talking about this being a heavy plane, please immediately ban them. I see there's the same person in here constantly saying the same thing, that this means it's a big aircraft. I'm going to play it again so you guys can hear it. Let's listen again. We still have the presidential Doomsday plane sitting on the tarmac for some reason. I've never seen a Doomsday plane sit for that long. For hours, just sitting on the tarmac.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center on 123.
Okay, so here I want to debunk the theory that a lot of people are saying that, okay, the call sign is Cash 5-1, not Cash 5-1 heavy, it's Cash 5-1, okay, not Cash 5-1 heavy. It's a separate word. Learn English. If you don't know English, learn English, okay? Cash 5-1 and heavy contact are separate.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center on 123.
Okay, he says heavy contact, Anchorage Center. He doesn't say heavy and then later contact Anchorage, okay? I'm not going to get into this bullshit specifics of trying to really, debunk everything. I know that there's always going to be perpetual debunkers out there. Anytime I have a live stream that's popular, there's always people that are going to be just perpetually debunking me because for whatever reason, they didn't find the story first. They're jealous that I have more views than they do, so they're going to try to perpetually put me down and try to debunk my stream and go out of their way to make it seem like I'm an idiot and I don't know what I'm talking about and they're the experts. Okay, I'm always wrong all the time. I know, every single stream, I'm always wrong all the time. I know, I'm always wrong, yet thousands of people trust me, and I have 300,000 subscribers. So if I'm such an idiot and I don't know what I'm talking about and I'm always wrong, I wouldn't have 4,000 people in my stream right now.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center on 123.
So he says heavy contact Anchorage sensor. He doesn't say heavy contact. He doesn't say Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage sensor. He says heavy contact Anchorage sensor, meaning heavy contact is one group of words, and then he says Anchorage sensor. Okay, so they're separate. So your pride and your ego is not allowing you to see what's going on here. Okay, because you think you're better than everybody and you know everything.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center. 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage. 1 heavy contact Anchorage Center. 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center.
So we only want humble people in this chat. Humble people, not self-proclaimed experts. David Ride, thank you for the donation. I appreciate it.
On 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage.
Non-crazed, thanks for the gifted memberships. I appreciate it. Not Crazed, thank you so much. Appreciate the gifted memberships. Hopkinson, how's it going? Thank you for the gifted memberships. Really appreciate it. Okay, look at this, guys. For those of you guys who say that this is routine and normal, we have an aerial refueler, we have a C-130, and we have an AWACS plane all in the Bering Land Bridge area. Eli Accord, thank you for the donation. Thank you, Greg. We appreciate you. You've been doing this for a long time. I believe and trust your judgment, and anyone can see this is not normal. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Eli Accord. EM, thank you for the donation. I ain't much, but I got Greg's back 100%. He says it. I believe it. Thank you. Really appreciate you guys having my back. Seems like there's an army of people out there trying to, I guess, debunk me. There's really nothing to debunk here. I mean, it's plain as day right in front of your face. You know, Josh Pittman, thank you for the gifted memberships. I really appreciate it. So we got a E3 Sentry, we got a refueler, and we got a C-130 now over the Bering Land Bridge area of Alaska, which is very strange to see this much aircraft here. I'll play the sound clip again, and then I'll get into the drones in Denmark.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet. Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet.
Okay, so very concerning. There was also HC-130 Combat King 2. There was also a Combat King 2 active as well. So there was also a HC-130 Combat King that was airborne, and the HC Combat King 2 is a recovery plane. It's actually airborne right now. Sorry, that's still airborne. So this is actually it's not a C-130. I made a mistake. It's actually a Combat King 2. Let me just show you guys here. So this plane right here, King 98. This is a HC-130J Combat King 2. Okay, this is a recovery plane, like for downed aircraft. Okay, I'm gonna show you guys right on the screen here. Okay, so we have a HC-130J Combat King 2 airborne just to the east of Nome. Okay, this is a recovery plane. I'm going to just share something on the screen. See if I can share this. Here we go. For those of you guys who don't know, HC Combat King 2, this is a dedicated fixed-wing personnel recovery platform in the Air Force inventory. It is an extended-range version of the C-130J Hercules transport. Its mission is to rapidly deploy to execute combatant commander-directed recovery operations to austere airfields and denied territory for expeditionary all-weather personnel recovery operations to include airdrop, airland, helicopter air-to-air refueling, and forward area ground refueling missions. So we have an HC-130J recovery plane up in the air over Alaska doing loops. We have a E3 Sentry AWACS plane also here. Something's definitely going on. I'll read it to you again. The HC-130J replaces the HC-130PN as the only dedicated fixed-wing personnel recovery platform in the Air Force inventory. It is an extended-range version of the C-130J Hercules transport. Its mission is to rapidly deploy to execute combatant commander-directed recovery operations to austere airfields and denied territory for expeditionary all-weather personnel recovery operations to include airdrop, air-land, helicopter, air-to-air refueling, and forward area ground refueling missions. Okay, so this is a recovery plane. It says, when tasked, the aircraft also conducts humanitarian assistance operations, disaster response, security cooperation, aviation advisory, emergency aeromedical evacuation, and non-combatant evacuation operations. Okay, it says here the aircraft fleet has a fully integrated inertial navigation and global positioning system and night vision goggle, compatible interior and exterior, blah blah blah. Okay, so this is a recovery plane that's now flying right over Nome. Why would they have a recovery plane just to the east of Nome, Alaska? And then they also have an E3 Sentry that just went dark again, went off the flight tracker. And then there was an aerial refueler there, okay? Ross says, I can't keep up with the pud whackers. Yeah, there's so many. Thanks, mods. I appreciate it. Looks like Owl Fox is reporting that a Russian Sukhoi 34 was shot down. Looks like the Ukrainians shot down a Sukhoi 34. Wow. That's pretty serious. Pretty serious. I'm trying to keep up with everything. It's hard to keep up with everything. Looks like police in Denmark are continuing to receive reports of drone sightings in South Jutland province. Wow, breaking news. 2 planes carrying hundreds of Russian passengers collided on the taxiway at Sheremetyevo Airport. Wow. Plane collision. Russian and Chinese planes collided. Wow, breaking news. Breaking news, a big collision at the Sheremetyevo Airport in Moscow. Absolutely insane. Wow, breaking news. 2 passenger jets collided. Looks like one suffered tail damage. I'm not sure of any injuries. No injuries reported just yet, so maybe it's not so bad. So we have a specialized recovery plane. Specialized U.S. Air Force recovery plane flying near Nome, Alaska. And then in addition to that, we had 2 AWACS planes and a refueler airborne as well in this area. So that's not usual. That's not normal, guys. That's not normal at all. You'll be lucky to see 1 AWACS plane in Alaska flying close to Russia. We had 2 this evening, plus a personnel recovery plane and a refueler. Something's weird here. But looks like we're getting reports of more drones in Denmark right now. In the Jutland province, there's more drones spotted right now. This is just totally wild, guys. To see this recovery plane lingering for this long. I mean, it's been here for hours. Just lingering there. This is a specialized recovery plane. Thank you guys for the support. I really appreciate it. Sam 000 is now on the tarmac at Joint Base Andrews. Hold on, I'm just trying to send out news on the pager here to let everybody know. So, very strange. Poland just reopened their borders with Belarus. Yeah, it's a recovery plane. It can be used as a refueler. That's right. It could be used as a refueler for helicopters. Something's going on here for this thing to be looping like that. Unless there was some kind of, civilian situation here, like a fishing boat sank or something like that. But, it says here, I'll read to you again, the only dedicated fixed-wing personnel recovery platform in the Air Force inventory. Its mission is to rapidly deploy to execute combatant commander-directed recovery operations to austere airfields and denied territory for expeditionary all-weather personnel recovery operations to include airdrop, air-land, helicopter air-to-air refueling, and forward area ground refueling missions. Wow. So let me just update you guys on the drone situation here. 1 second. I gotta call my radio guy. I haven't spoken to him yet. I gotta talk to him about what's going on in Alaska tonight. This is very strange. And then we had this Alaskan Coast Guard fly all the way up to the Beaufort Sea from Kodiak Island. Look at that. Huge flight there. Thank you again, Not Crazed, for the gifted memberships. Really appreciate it. Could it be tied to the world leaders meeting in New York City? I don't know. I don't think so. I can't see why they would suddenly be doing something like this. I've monitored the UN assemblies for a long time, and I've never seen them do this just because of a UN assembly. You know, this isn't my first time doing this. I've been on YouTube since 2017. 2017, fall of 2017. So I'm going on, this November is going to be going on 8 years that I've been on YouTube, and I would say out of those 8 years, I've been doing daily breaking news for the last 5 years. Since before COVID, I started doing breaking news right around 2019 or so, like daily updates since 2019. And I've never seen this kind of activity for a UN General Assembly. Now look at this. We still have a Doomsday plane on the tarmac. The Doomsday plane is still sitting there on the tarmac at Andrews Air Force Base for some reason. Now we have a looks like a VIP plane, SAM 000. Could be like Air Force 2 or something. It looks like Ukraine shot down a Russian Sukhoi 34. The Ukrainian military is reporting that they shot down a Sukhoi 34. So Kodiak Island incident. I don't know about Kodiak Island incident. I don't know about any Kodiak Island incident, but there was a Coast Guard plane from the Kodiak Island that flew all the way up to the Beaufort Sea. Check that out. Let me see if I can get some updates here on the drone situation. So Poland has officially reopened its borders with Belarus now. Okay, I'm going to read to you some information here about the drones in Denmark. Okay, so apparently drones that were large enough to be visibly detected were seen at the Aalborg airport. So these drones were large enough to be physically detected. They were, or visibly, you could see them. The airport is on high alert. The exact size of the drones remains uncertain. The Danish police chief, the national police chief in Denmark, confirmed that the clear goal is to take down the drones, stating it's the top priority for authorities. Okay, so the Danish national police chief is saying it's the top priority of the Danish police to take down the drones. Yeah, I haven't heard an EAM in a little while. I think the last one was like an hour ago. Let me just, but we still have the encrypted data going. Can take a listen. So that's the latest right now. We still have encrypted data. We still have encrypted data. I don't have time to check messages from people. There's hundreds of comments. I'd have to sit here and scroll through them. You have to just repost what that person said. I wish I had all the time in the world to just scroll through hundreds of comments. I don't. James W., thank you for the PayPal. James W., really appreciate it. Johan, thank you for the PayPal and the kind words. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Johan. Wow, David C., thank you, David C., really appreciate the PayPal, my friend David C. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate all the support. Okay, Sharon says he's the USN SEALs guy, brother. Okay, he's on the way to Norway. Okay. So yeah, looks like we got someone in the chat here who's going to Norway. It looks like a possible service member, I guess, someone in the SEALs going to Norway. Someone in the Navy SEALs. Well, there used to be this guy that would hang out here in the chat. He was a Navy SEAL, and then he disappeared. I don't know what happened to him, but apparently his brother now is going to Norway. Detonator. What's going on, Detonator? This is the brother of USN SEAL. I am in the teams too. I'm in Amsterdam airport right now, getting on a plane in 40 minutes to Norway. I got the call. Go time. Wow. That's crazy, guys. So we got a Navy SEAL in the chat here saying that he got a call to go to Norway. Yeah, I remember U.S. SEALs. I remember him. But yeah, we're hearing some unconfirmed reports. We're hearing some unconfirmed reports of more drones spotted in Denmark right now. More drones spotted in Denmark. Cassandra, thank you for the gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Yeah, David C., I just saw. Thank you for the PayPal, David C. I appreciate it. For some reason, I can't see his comment. The last real one, it's not showing up. I don't know. I'm confused by the whole thing. So is the last real one, is that U.S. SEALs? Is that him? Same person? Or someone else? I'm confused now. Or is Detonator the brother of U.S. SEALs? I'm just so confused now. Okay, last real one is. Okay, gotcha. Okay. Alright, I understand. Yes, guys, so we got a Navy SEAL in the chat saying that he's deploying to Norway. Wow. That's a big deal. Thank you again, Detonator, for the support, and Dr. Cassandra, thank you for the gifted memberships. Yeah, now I understand, Liz S. Liz S., I totally understand. Yeah, Detonator is reposting what last real one said. Okay, so yeah, we have a Navy SEAL in the chat. We have a Navy SEAL in the chat that just stopped in. I don't know if he's still in the chat or not. He said he was at Amsterdam airport. Hope you're safe if you're there. And you don't have me on the volume too loud so people can't hear me saying this. But we have a Navy SEAL in the chat saying that he's deploying to Norway, and he just got orders to deploy to Norway. It sounds like on a combat mission, not just like a training mission. So thank you, Detonator, for reposting that so I could see. It's just so hard for me because the chat's going so fast, and it's hard for me to read these messages if I don't see them really fast. I would have to like stop everything I'm doing, you know. Thank you for reposting that, and thank you, Last Real One, for your sacrifices to America. Really appreciate that. So we still have the encrypted data being transmitted on the primary U.S. nuclear war frequency. Listen to this. So major breaking news. Major breaking news. We have a U.S. Navy SEAL in this chat that just came in and said that they were being deployed to Norway for some reason. It looks like that E3 Sentry is now coming back to land. Check it out. We have the E3 Sentries now coming back to Anchorage after this patrol out here. And we still have this HC-130J Combat King still looping here, guys. Look at this thing. I mean, this thing has been here for, let's see, how many hours? It got here at 1:37 UTC. And it's now, what time is it UTC now? Like 5 or whatever, 4? It's been here for 4 hours just looping here. That is just crazy for that Combat King to be there for so long. And remember, there were 2 AWACS planes in this area earlier. Okay? If you don't believe me, I'll show you again. This is that plane, the HC-130J Combat King. And then this was the AWACS that was in this area earlier, right here. This was earlier today. I'm sorry, this was a refueler. Sorry, this is a refueler here. This was earlier. And then now we have this Combat King and an AWACS plane. There was an AWACS plane earlier there. Maybe they shot down a Russian drone. It could be they shot down a Russian drone, yeah. Jordan says, a few hours ago I witnessed a few fighters heading west in Alaska. Where did you see that, Jordan? Do you live in Alaska, or that plane can travel 5,000 miles without refueling? That's ridiculous. Wow. That's insane. So it's going to be up there for a long, long time. I'm guessing they shot something down. Why else would they have a recovery plane? So could be UFOs, could be drones. David House, thank you for the donation, David House. Really appreciate that. Appreciate all your support, guys. David C, if you're out there, thank you for the PayPal. Appreciate all the PayPals. See here. I'm going to play it again. I see there's still some people that just cannot let go of the fact that this is actually happening, and they're still believing that this is just a normal occurrence. I'll play it again.
123.9er, cache 5-1.
Cache 5-1, heavy contact Anchorage Center on 123.9er, cadet.
123.9er, cache 5-1.
Cache 5-1, heavy contact Anchorage Center.
So he says heavy contact Anchorage sensor. Why would they say contact Anchorage sensor? Can you actually contact an Anchorage sensor? Do you know what that means? How can you contact an Anchorage sensor? Contact Anchorage sensor. Do you know what a sensor is? How can you actually contact a sensor in Anchorage? Okay, so let's listen to that again. I'm still getting hate mail from people just because they're jealous that I have a lot of views. You know, haters basically that just cannot understand. How can you contact an Anchorage sensor? Does that make sense? Can you actually physically contact a sensor? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Listen. Heavy contact Anchorage sensor. So there's people that are saying that heavy means a heavy plane, and they're saying contact Anchorage. Okay, so that's the whole debunking, the whole troll, what the trolls are saying tonight, and all the haters, the people that are just basically jealous that I have a lot of views, and that I found the story before they did, maybe, I don't know. Or people that just hate me for whatever reason because they're miserable with their lives and have no life. But they're saying, when a plane says heavy, that means that the plane is a heavy plane. And then they're saying to contact Anchorage. But here's the big flaw in that argument. And I'm going to make all these people look really stupid now. Okay? How can you contact Anchorage sensor? They're not saying contact Anchorage. They're saying contact Anchorage sensor. How the F can you contact a sensor? Think about it, okay? Get your hatred out of your head. Get your emotional reaction out of your head because I have more views than you, or because you're a loser and I'm not, and you just hate my guts for whatever reason because you're a miserable piece of trash. Okay, how can you contact a sensor? It doesn't make any sense. Okay, listen again.
Cache 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center on 123.
How can you contact Anchorage Sensor?
5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center. 1 heavy contact Anchorage Center.
Heavy contact Anchorage Sensor. It sounds pretty straightforward to me. Okay, this was an AWACS plane, an E3 Sentry, which is a radar plane. The call sign is Cache 5-1. You can look it up for yourself. And they're saying heavy contact Anchorage Sensor. Okay, so they're saying that they've seen heavy contact in the Anchorage Sensor. That's what it sounds like to me. That's just common sense. You know, they have some kind of sensor in Anchorage. Maybe they're the sensor in Anchorage, and they're saying heavy contact Anchorage Sensor. Okay, how can you contact a sensor? That's the whole question here. How can you contact a sensor? It doesn't make sense. Okay, it's over-analyzing out of pure hatred and jealousy and emotional reaction is what it is. Over-analyzing to try to make something up that doesn't exist.
Cache 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center on 123.9. Cache 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center on 125.1 heavy contact Anchorage Center on 123.9 cadet. Cache 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center on 123.9 cadet.
Okay, he says Cache 5-1, that's the call sign, heavy contact on Anchorage Sensor, and then he shares the frequency, okay?
Cache 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center on 1.
It's not center, but yeah, he emphasizes the S. Mods, anybody that says center, just immediately time them out for 24 hours. Anyone who says center, just immediately time them out. I'm not going to put up with nasty people. Anyone who said center is getting banned right now. Mods, please ban everybody who said center. Thank you. So anyway, I'll play it again. Yeah, I can't slow it down. Unfortunately, I don't have miraculous technology. Eli Accord says a heavy contact Anchorage sensor is a military surveillance device that is securely fixed to a structure and is designed to detect and report an intense, sustained enemy engagement.
Cache 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center on 1.
You can hear the S, sensor.
Cache 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center on Cache 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center on.
What does Anchorage, even if it was center, what the hell does Anchorage Center mean? All you experts out there, I guess you have like super good hearing. Maybe you have like superhuman hearing, like you're Superman, and you can hear things better than everyone else. What the hell does Anchorage Center even mean? What does Anchorage Center mean? Center. What the hell does Anchorage Center mean? Look it up. What is Anchorage Center? And you can clearly hear the S. He doesn't say T. You would hear T. He says S. Sensor. Sensor, not center. I have very good hearing, guys. That was not a T. That was an S.
Cache 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center on 12.
Sensor. He says Anchorage Sensor. But this was, let's see if I can find it. This, see if I can find it here. Still have the presidential Doomsday plane sitting there. Look at that, guys. Still have the presidential Doomsday plane. Still have the Sub Hunter off of North Carolina. That is crazy. Look at this Sub Hunter here, just doing hundreds of loops right off of Wilmington. And then we still have the Doomsday plane sitting on the tarmac, which is just totally insane. David House, thanks again for the gifted memberships. Really appreciate it. Yeah, you know, this is why being a YouTuber is not as easy as people think, because not only do you have YouTube fighting you, you have freeloaders in the chat that never contribute, never help anything, and they're just the first ones to complain and try to correct you and say that you're full of crap. This is why being a YouTuber is hard, and this is why many people don't make it, and also why many people quit, because of nasty people, nasty companies. I'm trying to come on here and provide information for free. I'm not charging anything for it. I'm giving you information before anybody else, and people still complain about it, you know? Maybe I should start charging $100 a month like Comcast does, and NBC News and all these other outlets. If you don't like it, go watch mainstream media and get your fill of CNN. Go watch Anderson Cooper. So we still have this presidential Doomsday plane sitting on the runway there in DC, which is very strange. So we're hearing in Denmark that the South Jutland police are continuing the investigation into these drones and are urging citizens who have information that may be relevant to contact the police. Okay, so so the recovery plane is still looping over Alaska. Very strange. Over Nome, Alaska. So we still have this Doomsday plane just sitting there. If they just sit there with the tracker on, it means that they're basically ready to fly. See if I can find some more info about these drones. See what the latest is here. Trying to find updates on the drone situation in Denmark. 1 second here. So it's the second day this week that drones were spotted in Denmark. Looks like helicopters were deployed earlier. Looks like they deployed helicopters. The Danish military deployed helicopters. Haven't heard any updates on whether the Danish police commissioner created a state of emergency yet or not. Thank you, Deb Thompson. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Appreciate the support, Deb. Yeah, unfortunately, I had to do that because she was. I don't want to say publicly, but there was a reason why. There were reasons why. I don't do that for no reason. We still have the Sub Hunter off of North Carolina. Modoc, thank you so much for the gifted membership. I appreciate those gifted memberships, Modoc. Yeah, very true, John. Very true. You're right. You're right. Thank you again, Modoc and Deb. Someone said Anchorage perimeter security intrusion detection sensors. Thank you guys for the donations. So Ukraine shot down a Russian Sukhoi 34 fighter jet in Zaporizhia in eastern Ukraine. We have some breaking news coming out of Venezuela. Apparently there were some looks like some U.S. Air Force drones were flying over Venezuela yesterday. We're hearing that F-16s were scrambled from this drone attack, this drone incursion into Denmark. Let me just I'm trying to find some more information here. Poland reopened their borders with Belarus. See here. So I'm going to read this article to you coming out of Denmark. Aalborg Airport in Denmark forced to close after drones spotted. Incoming and departing flights from the airport in the north of the country were halted following the incident, with police saying it was not known if the drones were the same ones that affected Copenhagen Airport earlier this week. So they did cancel flights. We'll check the flight tracker actually in a second here. So incoming and departing flights from Aalborg Airport were halted. More than one drone was sighted in the airport's airspace, adding that it was not known if they were the same ones that affected Copenhagen. Aalborg is located in the north of the country in the Jutland region and is Denmark's fourth largest city by population. Denmark's national police said the drones followed a similar pattern to the ones that halted flights at Copenhagen. These were clearly Russian drones, guys. You know, they're not going to admit it. They're going to say, "Oh, we're doing an investigation. We're trying to figure out what this is." You know. We're trying to figure out what this is. You know, it's clearly Russian drones. I mean, what else could it be, you know? I don't know why Poland reopened their borders with Belarus. Maybe the only thing I can think of is that maybe because Belarus gave Poland an advanced notice about the drones coming in. I don't know if you guys remember when the drones were coming into Poland like 2 weeks ago or whatever. 3 weeks ago now, Belarus gave Poland a warning saying that the drones were coming, and that was enough warning time for Poland to shoot them down. So maybe that was kind of like a goodwill gesture by Poland to Belarus. That's the only thing I can think of, like a reciprocal goodwill gesture, or maybe for economic reasons. You know, there's a lot of trade, important trade that goes on between Poland and Belarus, believe it or not. There's a lot of Polish companies that sell things to Belarus, and a lot of Belarus companies that sell things to Poland, and vice versa. So, you know, keeping the border closed for a long time affects the economy, obviously. So that's the only thing I can think of. Hopefully that makes sense. Ratio for bleach to water. Yeah, it's for bleach it has to be either 5. If you have it depends on whether you have 5 or 8% bleach. That's the big question. Or 6% bleach. So if you have 6% bleach, you put 2 drops per liter or per quart and 8 drops per gallon. 8% bleach, you only put 6 drops per gallon. So 8 drops of 6% bleach per gallon or 6 drops of 8% bleach per gallon. That's it. And obviously it has to be fresh bleach because bleach has a storage life. You know, the life expectancy, you know, bleach can go bad. So, can you make nuclear drones? That's interesting. EM, thank you for the donation. Yes, I could say a prayer, absolutely. I'll say a prayer very soon. Thank you, EM, for all the donations, and sorry about your job loss. Yeah, bleach usually goes bad after like 6 months. It's not that it goes bad, but it just doesn't work as good, you know. So you need fresh bleach that's less than like 6 months old. Correct. Poland and Belarus have trade agreements and shipping. Yep, exactly. A lot of shipping going on. There's a lot of business between the countries. So yeah, hurts the Polish economy not doing business with Belarus a little bit. If you have no showers, should you boil water or a little bleach for rinsing off? Don't want to use lake water. Well, you can get soap. You can get some soap. You know, get a bottle of soap at Walmart for $2, and then you don't have to worry about that. You know, depends if you're hiking, you know, or if you're talking about like bugging out. I mean, you're not going to carry soap with you when you're bugging out, but if it's just for like home, you know, just get some soap. It's a simple answer there, you know. Yeah, I mean, you could put some bleach in it. The bleach will only kill bacteria and viruses. It's not going to kill parasites. Just keep that in mind. But the bleach will kill bacteria and viruses, but not parasites. Okay, so if there's like any kind of parasites in the water, whatever they are, whatever part of the world you're in, there's some parts of the world that have parasites that bore into your eye. Schistosomiasis, look it up. It's pretty creepy. It's like something out of a sci-fi horror movie. It's a parasite that literally bores into your eyeball, causes river blindness. It happens in tropical countries when people wash their face and bathe in rivers and lakes. In tropical places, the parasite will get into their eyes and bore into their eye. And you know, if you don't have medicine, if you don't have, you know, if you're in like a third world country and you can't get antiparasitics, then that could be a bad situation. So yeah, it's called schistosomiasis or river blindness. So yeah, you don't want to just wash your face with lake water. There could be all kinds of stuff in there. But that, you know, bleach doesn't always kill the parasites. It can kill like living parasites, like if they're like swimming around. But if they're like cysts You know, cysts have like a hard shell around them, and the bleach is not going to kill those cysts. But if it's like swimming around and it's living, then the bleach might kill it. We still have this Combat King up in the air. Let me just see if I can get you guys an update here on the drone situation. Yeah, looks like fighter jets might have been scrambled. It says that the Danish armed forces were affected as they used the Aalborg airport as a military base. So, also the fighter wing at Skysdrup in southern Jutland is the base for Denmark's F-16s and F-35s. Denmark's National Police Commissioner said many people around the country had reported drone sightings to the police since the disruption earlier this week. So many drones have been spotted. I mean, I just can't see what else could this be. I mean, if these are not Russian drones, then who else is doing this? I mean, clearly the Russians messing with NATO, you know. So just to remind you guys, we did have someone who was I guess a Navy SEAL came into the chat earlier and said that they got orders to go to Norway. They're going to Norway for some reason. I can't verify that myself 100%, but we did have someone in the chat who is a Navy SEAL saying that they are getting deployed to Norway. Jesse says, I just flipped over to another YouTuber that reported there was an Air Force interception over Alaskan airspace. They scrambled fighter jets, the C-130, and another plane. Wow. Jesse, can you send me that information to my email, Jesse Patrick? If you could send that to my email, I appreciate it. I also heard from various channels that U.S. drone was spotted over Venezuela. There was a U.S. drone spotted over Venezuela. Wow. Just trying to go through. Trying to go through all the headlines here. PNW Jack of all trades, thank you so much for the donation. Really appreciate it. PNW Jack of all trades, and Googly Eyes, thanks for the donation, for the gifted memberships, and thanks for all the kind words, everybody. And Googly Eyes, thanks for keeping us updated with information. Sorry I had to get so angry tonight. I'm going to try not to do that. It's just difficult sometimes when people attack you from all angles. I even had so-called friends calling me and telling me that I was wrong. And, you know, I hate to say it, but it really comes down to jealousy is what it is. People are jealous when you're successful and they want to take you down, you know. That's what happens, you know, and I'm not going to let people take me down. I've been doing this for many years. This is how I make a living. This is how I pay my bills, and I'm not going to let people mess with my living, my livelihood. I take that more seriously than anything except my family. Okay, so if you think you're going to take me down, you're sadly mistaken. I will hire lawyers if I have to, okay? I know a lot of lawyers, and if you want to mess with me, I'll hire lawyers as well. We can do that. I can go to the police if I have to. I'm not afraid of doing anything, okay? So I apologize for getting angry earlier. It's just difficult when people are attacking you from all angles. And really the worst thing was when friends, people that I trust, are basically telling me that I'm wrong and they don't have my back. When these friends, I've had their back numerous times, and I defend these people, I treat them as my family, and then they come around and stab me in the back, you know. That's the most upsetting thing, more so than just random trolls in the chat. When you have friends of yours that literally are stabbing you in the back for whatever reason, that's the most hurtful thing. I can't find Norman's post. There's so many people in the chat. Can you post it if somebody has Norman's post? Thank you, Mama Eagle. My brother just called and said that my nephew just told him to prepare to go to the safe place. My nephew is with the 82nd Airborne. Okay. So we have someone in the chat whose nephew is with the 82nd Airborne and told them to go to a safe place. Norman, are you still in the chat? I'm not sure if Norman is still out there. That's pretty interesting. Yeah, I agree. It's not right. It's not right, especially because some of these friends, I've helped them out. You know, and I never, ever, I always back up my friends. Even when my friends are wrong, I back them up regardless, because that's what friends do. Okay, like if my best friend got arrested for doing something, I would still back him up. He would still be my best friend, and I would still back him up even if he got arrested. That's just how I am. But apparently not everybody's like that, and, you know, people will just turn on you, and, you know, not everybody's like me, I guess. People have their own interests, and they're looking out for themselves, and they're not true friends, I guess. You know, even if somebody's wrong, if they're your friend, who cares? Let them be wrong. Who cares? Who cares if I'm wrong? Let me be wrong. Why does it matter so much? If you're a friend of mine, why does that matter to you? Just let me be wrong. You know, that's what friends are supposed to do, is back each other up, even if one of them is a little bit wrong. It's not like we're talking about murder here, okay? If I had a friend of mine that murdered someone, that would be a different story. Okay, I'm talking about like minor stuff. Like if a friend of mine got arrested for like stealing a candy bar or something stupid, you know. Josh Bruder, thanks for the donation. They said that the New York City telecoms is possibly linked to the latest Al-Qaeda threat they released. What's your thoughts on that? Yeah, I think that that's very possible. I discussed that Al-Qaeda leak in detail a couple of days ago in the stream. So I think, yeah, I think it's definitely related. I have no doubt that it's related. It was like 100,000 SIM cards that the Secret Service confiscated, and they were about to disrupt a whole bunch of stuff in New York City. Look at that, guys. The Doomsday plane is still sitting on the tarmac at Andrews Air Force Base. I mean, that is just crazy for it to still be there with its tracker on. That is very strange. Just been a crazy week, so much going on, but drones flying again into Denmark is pretty concerning, and this whole situation in Alaska tonight is really it's not looking too good. It looks like we're on the verge of war with Russia. Look, we have another, wow, look at this, guys. We have another Russian Ministry of Internal Affairs plane. Check this out. Or not plane, but a internal affairs helicopter. Check this out. See if I can share this with you. Wow, another Russian internal affairs helicopter flying along the border of Estonia again. Right on the border of Estonia and Russia. Look at that. Wow. Second night in a row. That's a red flag right there. I've never seen them fly like that. Just flying right on the border of Estonia. See, let me just turn the radio on here. I've had it muted because of all the data in the background was getting annoying. Let me see if that data's still there. Yeah, the data's still going. Encrypted data's still going. Sorry about that. We also had 5 Chinese naval ships detected outside of Taiwan tonight. Now what's crazy is that after all the Skymasters yesterday, we had all the Skymasters and now suddenly it's quiet. That's also very strange to go from one extreme to the other like that. Wow, EK, thank you so much for the donation, EK. I appreciate the donation. Really appreciate that. Just know this, when SHTF, I'm looking for your voice on the radio waves. Thank you, EK. Yeah, I'll be on 5.348. 5.348 for now. 5.348 at midnight Eastern time after the grid goes down. Don't forget to follow me on Twitter. I'm trying to build up my Twitter just as a backup to YouTube, as an alternative. I know a lot of people like Twitter now, so I'm trying to post more over there. Thank you, Ross. I appreciate it. I'm going to check in just a minute here. Thank you, Mozzie, for sharing my my link. Yeah, 5.348. Thank you, EK, again for the generous donation. Really appreciate it. David Fariello, wow, thank you for the donation. We who care and believe in you are your friends. Wow, that means a lot, David. That means even more than your donation. Thank you so much, David. Really appreciate that. I still have to say a prayer. I owe you guys a prayer for EM. I don't know if EM is still in the chat. But I am hearing reports that apparently in Venezuela, U.S. drones were detected in Venezuela. I guess U.S. surveillance drones were spotted, which is pretty weird. Matthew Stevenson says, I have DW News on in the background. Gemini says the radio I suggested doesn't go low enough. Well, if that's the case, you can find me on 7,000. How about that? I can do 7,000 megahertz. That should be enough. It's just that I can transmit better on those lower frequencies. 5.348 is I can transmit better. I have a better signal there. But we can try 7,000. 7,000, that'll be easy to remember. How's that sound? Or 7.2, sorry, yeah, 7.2. I think I said 7.2 in the past, right? Is that what I said, 7.2? Yeah, you could try 7.2. Yep, 7.2, now I remember. Sorry, I should have it written down. It's just I was still checking checking, you know, making sure I can broadcast on those frequencies. Just gonna make sure. So yeah, 7.2 or 5.3448. 5.348. Those will be the two I'll try on. I need to get an amplifier so I can amplify my signal further. We just had a U.S. sub-hunter complete a big patrol off of North Carolina. And this Russian, look at this, hold on, let me go back to this, because I know this may not be super sexy, you know, but look at this, Russian Ministry of Internal Affairs helicopter just flying back and forth here, right on the border of Estonia. Look at that, just going back and forth, pretty strange. Yeah, I can, Sherry, I can schedule a test day. But for now, just go to 7.2. You should be able to pick up 7.2 with the Ratty. Should be able to pick that up. Matthew says BBI amplifier. If there's an amplifier you recommend, Matthew, send it to me. Thank you again, EK. Sounds like we got some coyotes in the background here on the Pennsylvania elk camera here. I'm going to say a prayer in just a couple minutes here because EM requested a prayer. Keep EM in your prayers, guys. He lost his job. Ask God to help him find a job. One that's equivalent to what he had. So he doesn't take a cut. Doesn't lose his pay or any, you know, have to downgrade. I'm going to check all your news, Ross. Hold on. So there was some kind of an explosion in the UK, some kind of serious explosion. Zelensky said Russia's incursions in Poland, Romania, and Estonia were not mistakes but targeted actions. Ukraine shot down a Russian Sukhoi 34. Thank you, Tark Bronze. I appreciate it. Anything happened with the Alaska flights? Yeah, we're going to check on that right now. Still have that Combat King flying here just to the east of Nome, doing these big loops here. This is a recovery plane, which is, you know, it's used for recovering stuff. Still have the presidential Doomsday plane up in the air. is pretty interesting. We got a British sub-hunter off the coast of Norway. And we got a Swedish reconnaissance plane heading up towards the Russian Kola Peninsula area. We got an looks like an Italian recon plane airborne. Oh, Eric. Thank you, Eric. Let me check. I have to check. Hold on. Let me see. Eric K, thank you so much for the PayPal. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And Elizabeth S, thank you, Elizabeth, for the PayPal. Really appreciate that, Elizabeth. Thank you, Elizabeth S and Eric K. Yeah, we still got the presidential Doomsday plane up in the air. What are the quadrants representing? Those are just flight information regions for aviation. So these quadrants are flight information regions. They're used just for identification by aircraft. Think of them as like borders for pilots. So like this is probably the Alaska flight information region. So when the pilots are flying, they can say that they're in the Alaska FIR. So think of them as like borders for pilots, you know. That's what all these borders are. They're different flight information regions. Like this one here, probably, I don't know what it's called, probably for like DC flight information region. You know, they have different flight information regions here, so thank you, Googly Eyes, for sharing all the news in the chat. Really appreciate it. Kelly Farrow, I'm glad you were able to get your membership back. I'm going to say a quick prayer because I owe that to EM. He asked me to say a prayer, so I'm going to just say that now. Dear God, thank you for all the blessings in our lives. Thank you for providing this chat where we can all meet together on a regular basis and support one another. God, please help EM find a job, one that's equivalent to the job he had before he lost it. And God, please help us to forgive our enemies and to love our enemies, as hard as that is to do. And God, please help our leaders make the right decisions. Help them to make decisions that follow your word and the teachings of your Son, Jesus Christ. And God, please protect all the innocent children trapped in war zones, places like Ukraine and Gaza and Africa. please keep those children safe. And God, please help end the war in Ukraine. And please help bring peace to our world. And God, please help keep our country from falling into a civil war. Help people to treat each other like human beings again and put their politics aside and treat each other as brothers and sisters instead of Republicans and Democrats. And so we can love each other once again as brothers and sisters under you. In your name, amen. Still have this Doomsday plane sitting there with its transponder on. It's pretty crazy. And then still have this recovery plane here. Look, still looping east of Nome. That's just crazy how it's looping for so long. What could it possibly be doing for such a long period of time? I don't know if any of you guys have an idea why it's up for that long. It's pretty crazy. Oh, thank you, Eric Kress. I appreciate it. Wow. Looks like we have footage of a house collapsing in Venezuela following the strong earthquake. Let me see if I can get that up on the screen. This is crazy. It was a 6.5 magnitude earthquake in Venezuela. Wonder if that's not God. You know, because Venezuela's on a warpath now. You know, isn't it funny we're talking about Venezuela so much and then suddenly there's a big earthquake there? I just find that pretty interesting. I think it's a vessel tracker is what you guys are looking for, I believe. I think that's what you guys are looking for, but I could be wrong. Yeah, we do have the first video footage coming out of Venezuela showing the damage from this earthquake. Just looks like some houses collapsing or something. Okay, we have breaking news. Looks like South Korea is saying that North Korea possesses 2,000 kilograms of highly enriched uranium. Wow. I mean, they could give that to Iran at any time. That's crazy. 2,000 kilograms. That's well over 4,000 pounds of uranium. The Minister of Unification of the Republic of Korea, Jong Dong-yeon, stated that North Korea possesses approximately 2,000 kilograms of highly enriched uranium. Wow. That's insane. So as far as the situation with Denmark goes, Denmark did not shoot any drones down, but looks like several more drones again in Denmark, flying into Denmark, causing problems at the Aalborg base up in northern Denmark, and in general 4 airports. 2 of them were military airports, like Aalborg and Dijkstrup, I think it's called, or something. That's where the F-16s and F-35s are located. Skysdrup or something. Let me see, what is that called? Skyersdrup. Skurdrup or something. I don't know how to say it. Josh Miller, thank you for the donation. Globemaster just turned its tracker on over California. Many aircraft still up near San Diego also. Interesting. Thanks for the donation. Really appreciate it. Let me see. Yeah, I see Grizzly 67. Yep, I see that. We have some new footage coming out of Ukraine where they attacked these aircraft in Crimea. Zelensky met with the president of Syria. Wow, breaking news. Half of Half of gas stations in Crimea have stopped gas sales. Half of the gasoline stations in Crimea have halted sales. Wow. Half of the fuel stations in Crimea have halted sales. Wow. That is very concerning. Around 50% of gas stations in occupied Crimea and Sevastopol have stopped selling gasoline due to fuel supply disruptions, Russian pro-government media outlet Kommersant reported on September 24th. The publication, citing monitoring data from 17,000 Russian gas stations, said shortages were also recorded in other regions, but the situation was most acute on the peninsula. The Southern Federal District, which Russia claims includes occupied Crimea, was one of the hardest hit areas, with over 220 stations, or 14.2% of the total, suspending fuel sales. Wow. Between July 28 and September 22nd, the number of gas stations selling fuel in Russia fell by 2.6%. With Rostov Oblast and the Marie El Republic and the Jewish Autonomous Oblast seeing declines of up to 14%. Wow. So 50% of gas stations in Crimea are not selling gas anymore. I'm telling you, Putin's going to feel real desperate soon. Putin's going to feel real desperate. Zelensky said Syria deserves the strongest support from the international community. Interesting. Turkey deployed a AWACS plane to Lithuania. Okay, breaking news. According to Der Spiegel, Russian reconnaissance aircraft flew over the German frigate Hamburg twice. Okay, actually I reported on that in my video update yesterday, but okay, now we have some more details. It's not really breaking, but kind of breaking. So apparently a Russian reconnaissance aircraft flew over the German frigate Hamburg twice. Flew within less than 100 meters, and the Russians did not respond to radio messages. Interesting. So Russia's really stepping things up. They're messing around in Alaska. They're messing around with all these drones in Denmark. Second night of drones over Denmark. We had drones in Poland, fighter jets in Estonia. I mean, it's really escalating like crazy. Guys, we've had several people in the chat tonight say that they're being deployed somewhere. It's kind of, to me, it's clearly the fact that you have multiple people saying that they're all getting deployed. We had one guy saying he's going to Norway, another guy can't remember, somewhere else. One guy was going to Norway, another guy with the 82nd Airborne was saying something. So you just check the radio real quick here, see what's going on. Okay, so yeah, we still have the encrypted data. Wow, Italy's Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni said that Israel has exceeded the limit with a large-scale war, but we do not side with those who blame Israel alone because Hamas unleashed the war. Israel must free itself from the trap of this war. So Meloni, she's taking Israel's side, which is good. And I mean, I like Israel, you know, so I think that's good. Maybe some people out there don't like Israel, so they may not like that. But I really think Israel's our closest friend, you know. Not to say that no country is perfect and no leader is perfect, you know. It's possible. I'm sure Netanyahu made some mistakes. He's not perfect. He's not God. I mean, you remember when didn't they accidentally like one time launch something at U.S. troops or there was some accident where like a couple of U.S. troops were injured or something. Okay, so the Italian Prime Minister said that Israel has no right to prevent a future Palestinian state or build new West Bank settlements. Wow. Wow. She said that recognition of Palestine needs two preconditions: release of all Israeli hostages and Hamas's renunciation of any role in Palestine's government. Wow. Interesting. No, if you guys remember, like a year or two ago, Israel accidentally fired on some U.S. troops or something. I don't know if you guys remember that. There was like some incident, Eric says, I've been to Israel 6 times when I was in the Navy. There was like some weird mistake that they made. I just can't remember the details. I remember some weird mistake where they accidentally fired on American troops or something like that. But you know, no country's perfect. America's not perfect. Israel's not perfect. Netanyahu's not perfect. But at the end of the day, I'll take Netanyahu over Hamas, you know, and I'll take Netanyahu over, you know, all these other leaders, you know, in Iran and Saudi Arabia, you know. TX says, the SEALs really go around saying where they are going? SEALs many times don't know where they are going until pre-briefing. Well, they obviously, if they're shipping out somewhere, it depends. Yeah, it could be. I mean, if they're en route to some country, then they obviously they know where they're going to. They have to know if they're traveling there. But yeah, in many cases, special ops don't get details before the mission to for OPSEC purposes. They don't get any details about the mission until they actually arrive at the base and, you know, get the details there. That's true. That's a good point. Looks like Ukrainian forces destroyed 2 Russian transport aircraft and also hit an enemy surface radar station and a coastal MR-10M1 MIS-1 radar. So Ukraine hit some pretty big planes. They hit 2 large transport planes and a very important radar. So big strike by Ukraine. They hit a radar system, coastal radar system. So Ukraine destroyed a coastal radar system in Crimea. They've destroyed several of those coastal radar systems. Wow, the defense minister of Turkey reminded at the UN that Crimea is not part of Russia. He said Crimea was actually part of Turkey. Wow. It says Defense Minister Yasir Güler reminded that Ankara has never recognized the annexation of the peninsula and supports Ukraine on the issue of territorial integrity. In his speech, he also stressed the importance of protecting the rights of Crimean Tatars. So, for those of you guys who don't know, Crimea used to be part of Turkey. There's like a Turkish population there. And so Turkey doesn't like the fact that Russia controls Crimea. Yeah, 2 transport aircraft and coastal radars were destroyed by Ukrainian intelligence. That's right. Wow, very interesting. Thanks for that news. Majestic says, for the first time, a Russian Bore-class sub was spotted transiting Japan's La Perouse Strait on Wednesday, according to Japanese officials. Wow. That's good to know. Thanks for sharing that. Wow, Russian sub transited the Japanese Strait. That's pretty serious. So yeah, things are escalating. Russia's really pushing the limits more and more. La Perouse Strait, where is that? Looks like we have some aftershocks in Venezuela now. We got a 5.4 and a 4.4 aftershock in Venezuela. Got aftershocks in Venezuela, guys. Wow. There was some kind of powerful explosion in the UK that engulfed warehouses. Industrial warehouses in the UK caught fire and are burning now. Wow. Let me see if I can get a picture here on the screen. Some big warehouse in the UK, industrial warehouse, caught fire. Wow, so a Russian nuclear-armed sub passed through the La Perouse Strait for the first time. Wow. Wow. That's near the Kuril Islands. Thank you, Sharon, for sharing that. There was a 6.1 and a 5.0. Thank you. Yeah, literally exploded. Yeah, that's right. There was like a literal explosion. So yeah, literal explosions reported. Explosions reported at industrial facilities across the UK. Random explosions. Pretty weird. Turkey sent a special radar aircraft to Lithuania. Oh yeah, that's the E-7. Powerful explosion occurred in the UK, causing hundreds of people to evacuate. still have the encrypted data. As a literal explosion. Let's see if I can get that up on the screen. A literal explosion at this industrial facility. Will Russia hit targets in the UK? I think they're going to hit targets all across. Yeah, Ross went to sleep. Ross went to sleep, or he's going very soon. I think he's winding down. Let me see if I can get this up on the screen. Hold on. Listen to the data, though. Data's still going. Check this out, guys. Hold on, let me... check this out. That's the footage. That's the footage of this explosion. Yeah, I heard about the fencing. I can't find the video of the kaboom, but this is interesting. It looks like some kind of Swedish VIP plane is leaving Stockholm now. I'm hearing that this could be the Swedish president being evacuated, possibly. We got a Russian communications relay taking off from Moscow. Russian Special Flight Squadron. Swedish recon plane is patrolling just the northern peninsula of Russia here. This is pretty interesting. Let me show you something here. Got some activity here in Europe. I know it's not as sexy as the explosion, but check this out. We got a British reconnaissance plane going up to the Barents Sea. We also have a Norwegian sub-hunter here, and then look where the Swedish recon plane is flying right next to Russia's Northern Fleet base here. What's going on, Aldo? But look at this. We got a Swedish recon plane flying near Murmansk. We got this British recon plane heading up to the Barents Sea. It looks like an Italian Air Force recon plane here patrolling Estonia. We got the Russian helicopter completed this recon of the Estonian border. But this British recon plane going, or British sub-hunter going up to the Barents Sea is pretty concerning. Sleep paralysis is like where you wake up and you're literally paralyzed. You can't move. Your mind is awake, but your body is still asleep. Does that make sense? So basically your body doesn't wake up like at the same time as your mind. It's like a weird disconnect that happens, and so basically it can take a little while for your body to wake up after your mind wakes up, which is kind of a weird feeling, but I've never had that happen. I've heard that people that take a lot of hallucinogens have that issue, like people that use heavy hallucinogens. Lots of hallucinogens can cause that issue. Base in Estonia, there's no, as far as I know, there's no base here. I'm just going to mute that for a sec. We still have that data. There's no base here, but what's concerning is this is right near Narva, Aldo. Narva, look at this city. Narva is right on the border of Russia. This used to be part of the Soviet Union. It used to be a Russian city. And you can see that they were flying right next to Narva. And then they were doing a lot of loops right here. As far as I know, there's no Estonian bases here. My guess is that Russia wants to take Narva and this little piece here. Correct, yes, that's where that castle is, right on the border, correct. Yes, that's right, yep. Yeah, my advice to people that have sleep paralysis issues is if you take hallucinogens, I heard that sleep paralysis is caused by a lot of hallucinogens. Not a lot of hallucinogens, but people that smoke a lot of pot and stuff like that have that issue sometimes, I heard. like a lot of pot, not, you know, a normal amount or a medical dose. I'm talking about like people that smoke like multiple times a day, you know, like heavy pot users can have that issue, I heard. Yeah, psychedelic mushrooms, yeah, I've heard that. I'm just telling you what I have friends that had sleep paralysis, so I'm telling you from my experience. Friends of mine that had sleep paralysis, and they told me it was because it always happened when they smoked too much. But maybe for everybody it's different, you know. Maybe it's not cut and dry, but I had one friend in particular that had issues like that, and it was always, he told me when he would really smoke several times a day marijuana, it would cause that. So, you know, I could be wrong, you know. That's just what one of my friends told me, and I've heard from other people as well. I'm not trying to say that, you know, marijuana is bad, so don't get too sensitive. I'm just saying that, you know, I've heard from someone who actually uses it that told me that, you know. Yeah, here's the video of the explosion. See if I can share it. Wow, look at this, guys. We have another AWACS plane coming back from Alaska. Check this out. See if I can show you here. We got an E3 Sentry now coming back from the Bering Strait. Look at that. So there was a E3 Sentry here. You see it? There was a E3 Sentry out here off the Bering Strait, Bering Land Bridge. I'm sorry. Look at that. So once again, I was right as usual. You know, I'm always right. I hate to say it. Well, I don't hate to say it, but people who hate me probably will hate that I say that. But yeah, this is the second E3 Sentry that was out here. Why would they have an E3 Sentry right close to Russia, plus a recovery plane, plus there was an E3 earlier? So we had two E3s, and then two aerial refuelers. So I'm right again, as always. Still have the presidential Doomsday plane on the tarmac. Majestic, thanks for the call sign. Where's that? What plane are you showing? What plane are you talking about? Call sign 0000. I don't know what you're talking about there. How far should you rewind to find out what's going on in Alaska? You can go all the way to the beginning, but really, I mean, basically what happened was there was this, I can play it for you right now. I'll do a quick summary. Let me see if I can get this video here. Hold on. Basically, there was some incident near the Bering land bridge area, and one of the planes was an E3 Sentry. E3 Sentry with the call sign Cash 51 was saying that there was heavy contact. So let me play that for you again.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center on...
Heavy contact, Cash 5-1 heavy contact, Anchorage sensor. He said heavy contact, and then so that was heard, and there was a E3, and now you can see up in the air there was a recovery drone here, a recovery plane, a HC-130J Combat King, which is a specialized recovery plane, and it was looping for several hours here, and then there was two more AWACS planes that got deployed here. Thank you, Mozzie. NH Wildcat says sensor. So I don't know what happened here, but potentially there was some kind of a intrusion into Alaska's airspace, is what it seems like. Looks like Russia may have sent some drones or something into Alaska, and maybe they shot something down, and that's why they had that recovery HC-130J Commando. It was like looping here for several hours. So earlier today I saw a huge military plane fly overhead. Where are you at? Barefoot in Alaska. Where are you located? Thank you 3D for the donation. 45 minutes away from Anchorage. Yeah, so you probably saw it. That was tonight, just a couple hours ago. Wasilla? Okay, yeah. So you probably saw one of these planes here taking off from Elmendorf. So there were several E-3 Sentry AWACS planes that went up here to the Bering Land Bridge area, and then we had this HC-130J, which is a specialized recovery plane. So
Heavy contact.
And so he says in this recording here, this was an air traffic controller speaking with the E-3 AWACS, and the AWACS had the call sign Cash 51, and the AWACS said heavy contact Anchorage sensor.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage center on 123.9er cadet.
123.9er, Cash 5-1.
Cash 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage center on 123.9er cadet.
How would they catch a hostile drone mid-flight with their systems, though? So the 130J is a recovery. It's for recovery. So that's after something was shot down. If they're trying to recover people or objects, that's what it's for. It can also be used as a refueler to refuel helicopters. So if they had helicopters in the area, if they're going to do airdrops as well, like airdropping, dropping, stuff. Thank you, Aldo. Not sure if you're still in the chat, Aldo. Thank you very much for the information on the Estonian military locations near the Russian border. Majestic says the HC-130J can be used for drone recovery through airborne retrieval systems, as demonstrated by DARPA's Gremlins program, which successfully captured an X-61A Gremlin drone in mid-air. Wow. Wow. Yeah, so maybe they were trying to capture drones in mid-air, and that's why it was looping. Wow, good catch, Majestic. Maybe that's why it was looping east of Nome for the past few hours. Maybe they were going to see if they could catch it mid-air. Because the fact that there's a E-3 Sentry there at the same time is very concerning. Do I think they will tell us? I think they probably will. It's hard to say. They could also water it down. So they could acknowledge that something happened, but they may just say that it was, a routine, Russian bomber flight. They routinely fly here, nothing to worry about. They could just chalk it up as that. They can make up a story, yeah, I mean, we have proof right here in the chat. Majestic said that the HC-130J can be used to capture drones mid-air. So maybe there was a drone incursion, and so this plane can catch drones mid-air. And it was up there for several hours with an AWACS. So my guess is that there might have been a Russian drone threat to Alaska. Maybe Putin wanted to send drones to Alaska, and then they sent that plane up to try to catch some. But listen, this is what they said.
Cache 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center on...
Cache 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center or sensor. Heavy contact, but the thing is, he says heavy contact and then he goes so like some people were saying that he was saying Cache 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center, but that's not actually the way he said it. He said heavy contact Anchorage sensor. Okay, there was a before heavy contact and Anchorage. Okay, I'll play that again.
Cache 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage. One heavy contact one heavy contact one heavy contact Anchorage. One heavy contact Anchorage Center. Cache 5-1 heavy contact Cache 5-1 heavy contact Anchorage Center. One heavy contact Anchorage Center on one heavy contact Anchorage Center. One heavy contact Anchorage Center. One heavy contact Anchorage Center. One heavy contact Anchorage.
So he says heavy contact Anchorage sensor. Heavy contact Anchorage sensor, meaning he was thinking about it. If it was heavy contact Anchorage center, he would have made a pause between heavy and contact, but he made a pause between contact and Anchorage. So those were two separate thoughts in his head, right? Thank you, Hard Jeff, for the update about the Mendocino fire. Wow, very concerning. So guys, I'm gonna wind down for now. I'm gonna step away for a couple minutes here. I gotta get something to drink.
All stations. This is autocrat. Break. Mike. India. 6, 4, 3. Standby. Mike. India. 6, 4, 3. Standby. Mike. India. 6, 4, 3. Standby. Message followed. Mike. India. 6, 4, 3. Golf. India. Golf. Whiskey. Golf. Bravo. 2. November. Lima. Quebec. Kilo. Papa. Yankee. Romeo. Uniform. Oscar. Delta. 6. Foxtrot. 4. Delta. 2. 7. 3. I say again. Golf, India, Golf, Whiskey, Golf, Bravo, 2, November, Lima, Quebec, Kilo, Papa, Yankee, Romeo, Uniform, Oscar, Delta, 6, Foxtrot, 4, Delta, 2, 7, 3. This is Autocrat. Out.
Message follows. 2, 7, Oscar, Quebec, 7, Romeo, Romeo, Sierra, Lima, Lima, Hotel, Bravo, Golf, 5, 3, Romeo, Uniform, 5, Bravo, 5, Papa, Victor, Romeo, Kilo, Whiskey, 7, Kilo, Zulu, Whiskey, again, 4, Juniper Tree, 4, Juniper Tree, 2, 7, Oscar, Quebec, 7, Romeo, Romeo, Sierra, Lima, Lima, Hotel, Bravo, Golf, 5, 3, Romeo, Uniform, 5, Bravo, 5, Victor, Romeo, Kilo, Whiskey, 7, Kilo, Zulu, Whiskey, into autocrat house.
stations, all stations. This is autocrack, break. 4 juniper tree, 4 juniper tree. 2, 7, Juliet, November, Zulu, stand by. 2, 7, Juliet, November, Zulu, stand by. 2, 7, Juliet, November, Zulu, stand by. Message follows. 2, 7, Juliet, November, Zulu, Bravo, Papa, Bravo, 2, Charlie, 7, Lima, 7, Victor, 2, Whiskey, 2, Bravo, Tango, November, Whiskey, Juliet, Charlie, Delta, Alpha, 2, X-ray, Kilo, Papa. I say again, 4 juniper tree, 4 juniper tree, 2, 7, Juliet, November, Zulu, Bravo, Papa, Bravo, 2, Charlie, 7, Lima, 7, Victor, 2, Whiskey, 2, Bravo, Tango, November, Whiskey, Juliet, Charlie, Delta, Alpha, 2, X-ray, Kilo, Papa. This is Autocracks out. All stations. This is autocrat. Break. 4 juniper tree. 4 juniper tree. 2 7 Kilo Lima Hotel 7 standby. 2 7 Kilo Lima Hotel 7 standby. 2 7 Kilo Lima Hotel 7 standby. Message followed. 2 7 Kilo Lima Hotel 7 Echo Foxtrot Sierra X-ray Papa 5 6 Romeo Bravo November X-ray Lima Quebec Oscar 5 7 Delta Kilo Yankee November Lima Victor Echo. I say again, 4 juniper tree. 4 juniper tree. 2 7 Kilo Lima Hotel 7 Echo Foxtrot Sierra X-ray Papa 5 6 Romeo Bravo Yankee November X-ray Lima Quebec Oscar 5 7 Delta Kilo Yankee November Lima Victor Echo. This is autocrat out. stations. All stations. This is Autocrat. Break. 4 Juniper Tree. 4 Juniper Tree. 2 7 Echo. 4 6 X-ray. Standby. 2 7 Echo. 4 6 X-ray. Standby. 2 7 Echo. 4 6 X-ray. Standby. Message follows. 2 7 Echo. 4 6 X-ray. Romeo. 4 6 Whiskey. Yankee. Mike. Echo. Kilo. Oscar. X-ray. Bravo. Echo. Kilo. Tango. Zulu. Tango. Quebec. Sierra. 3 Papa. Lima. Vector. Kilo. I say again, 4 Juniper Tree. 4 Juniper Tree. 2 7 Echo. 4 6 X-ray. Romeo. 4 6 Whiskey. Yankee. Mike. Echo. Kilo. Oscar. X-ray. Bravo. Echo. Kilo. Tango. Zulu. Tango. Quebec. Sierra. 3 Papa. Lima. Victor. Kilo. This is Autocrat. Out. This is autocraft. Break. 4, Juniper tree. 4, Juniper tree. 2, 7, Zulu. This is autocraft. All stations. This is autocraft. Break. 4, Juniper tree. 4, Juniper tree. 2, 7, Zulu. 6, Whiskey. Alpha. Standby. 2, 7, Zulu. 6, Whiskey. Alpha. Standby. 2, 7, Zulu. 6, Whiskey. Alpha. Standby. Followed. 2, 7, Zulu. 6, Whiskey. Alpha. Oscar. Sierra. X-ray. Bravo. 4, 6, Mike. Golf. Bravo. Victor. India. Kilo. 5, Mike. Tango. Lima. 3, Romeo. X-ray. Foxtrot. Yankee. 3, Tango. Hotel. I6. 4, Juniper tree. 4, Juniper tree. 2, 7, Zulu. 6, Alpha. Oscar. Sierra. X-ray. Bravo. 4, 6, Mike. Ricevez à l'écoute. Autocraft. Break. 4 balance scales. 4 balance scales. 2 7 hotel. Foxtrot. Tango. Whiskey. Stand by. 2 7 hotel. Foxtrot. Tango. Whiskey. Stand by. 2 7 hotel. Foxtrot. Tango. Whiskey. Stand by. Message follows. 2 7 hotel. Foxtrot. Tango. Whiskey. 4 hotel. Foxtrot. Delta. 4 hotel. X-ray. Kilo. Victor. 5 Tango. Golf. Hotel. Echo. Kilo. Whiskey. Victor. Charlie. Echo. India. Foxtrot. Mike. Papa. Charlie. I say again. 4 balance scales. 4 balance scales. 2 7 hotel. Foxtrot. Tango. Whiskey. 4 hotel. Foxtrot. Delta. 4 hotel. X-ray. Kilo. Victor. 5 Tango. Golf. Hotel. Echo. Kilo. Whiskey. Victor. Charlie. Echo. India. Foxtrot. Mike. Papa. Charlie. This is Autocraft. Out.
Message followed. 227. Victor. 7. Get back. Mike. Lima. Uniform. Sierra. Echo. Get back. Alpha. Charlie. Lima. Charlie. Get back. 6. Foxtrot. Victor. 5. 3. Get back. X-ray. Papa. 7. Get back. Echo. Romeo. 4 north scale. 4 north scale. 2. 7. Victor. 7. Get back. Mike. Lima. Uniform. Sierra. Echo. Get back. 5. Alpha. Charlie. Lima. Charlie. Get back. 6. Foxtrot. Victor. 5. 3. Get back. X-ray. Papa. 7. Get back. Echo. Romeo. Autocrat out.
stations, this is autocrat, break, 4 balanced scales, 2, 7, Delta, Romeo, Papa, Quebec, stand by, 2, 7, Delta, Romeo, Papa, Quebec, stand by, 2, 7, Delta, Romeo, Papa, Quebec, stand by, message follows, 2, 7, Delta, Romeo, Papa, Quebec, Golf, 3, 5, Bravo, India, Golf, Sierra, X-Ray, Golf, Bravo, 4, Foxtrot, X-Ray, Yankee, Juliet, November, 4, Romeo, Foxtrot, Tango, Uniform, 6, Whiskey, Victor, I say it again, 4 balanced scales, 2, 7, Delta, Romeo, Papa, Quebec, Golf, 3, 5, Bravo, India, Golf, Sierra, X-Ray, Golf, Bravo, 4, Foxtrot, X-Ray, Yankee, Juliet, November, 4, Romeo, Foxtrot, Tango, Uniform, 6, Whiskey, Victor. This is Autocrat, out. stations. All stations. This is autocrat. Autocrat. Break. 4. Balance. Scales. 4. Balance. Scales. 2. 7. 6. 4. 6. India. Stand by. 2. 7. 6. 4. 6. India. Stand by. 2. 7. 6. 4. 6. India. Stand by. Message follows. 2. 7. 6. 4. 6. India. Tango. Whiskey. Quebec. Victor. Delta. Charlie. Quebec. Papa. 2. 6. Lima. Alpha. Golf. Tango. Delta. Oscar. India. Kilo. Oscar. November. Victor. Uniform. India. Foxtrot. I say again. 4. Balance. Scales. 4. Balance. Scales. 2. 7. 6. 4. 6. India. Tango. Whiskey. Quebec. Victor. Delta. Charlie. Quebec. Papa. 2. 6. Lima. Alpha. Golf. Tango. Delta. Oscar. India. Kilo. Oscar. November. Victor. Uniform. India. Foxtrot. This is autocrat. Out.
autocrat with a test count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is autocrat with a test count out. All stations, this is autocrat, break. 4 email, 274 Zulu, Hotel, Zulu, standby, 274 Zulu, Hotel, Zulu, standby, 274 Zulu, Hotel, Zulu, standby, message followed, 274 Zulu, Hotel, Zulu, Delta, Zulu, India, Hotel, Yankee, Alpha, November, Juliet, Victor, Echo, Victor, 6, 3, Lima, Romeo, 4, Quebec, Delta, Charlie, Juliet, X-ray, Romeo, X-ray, I say again, 4 email, 274 Zulu, Hotel, Zulu, Delta, Zulu, India, Hotel, Yankee, Alpha, November, Juliet, Victor, Echo, Victor, 6, 3, Lima, Romeo, 4, Quebec, Delta, Charlie, Juliet, X-ray, Romeo, X-ray. This is Autocrat out.
Zulu, 6, 6, Kilo, 6, 6, uniform, stand by, 7, Zulu, 6, 6, Kilo, 6, 6, uniform, stand by, 7, Zulu, 6, 6, Kilo, 6, 6, uniform, stand by, message of 32 characters, follow, 7, Zulu, 6, 6, Kilo, 6, 6, uniform, Tango, Hotel, Juliet, 3, uniform, Delta, Whiskey, Charlie, 4, uniform, Delta, 2, Papa, Juliet, 4, uniform, Bravo, Zulu, uniform, 4, uniform, Bravo, Zulu, India, Foxtrot, I say again, 7, Zulu, 6, Kilo, 6, uniform, Tango, Hotel, Juliet, 3, uniform, Delta, Whiskey, Charlie, 4, uniform, Delta, 2, Papa, Juliet, 4, uniform, Bravo, Zulu, uniform, 4, uniform, Bravo, Zulu, India, Foxtrot, this message of 32 characters, this is Autocrat, out. All stations. This is Autocrat. Break. 7, Zulu, Papa, 4, Tango, stand by, 7, Zulu, Papa, 4, Tango, Yankee, stand by, 7, 7. So, this is Autocrat. Out. Roadie 11 on 89092. How do you read? Coastal Harbor, Roadie 11 on 89092. Coastal Harbor, Roadie 11 on 89092. How do you read?
0892, please take on your last over.
This is autograph. Break. Mike. India. Golf. Uniform. Papa. Lima. Stand by. Mike. India. Golf. Uniform. Papa. Lima. Stand by. Mike. India. Golf. Uniform. Papa. Lima. Stand by. Message golf. Mike. India. Golf. Uniform. Papa. Lima. Get back. Charlie. Sierra. Bravo. Mike. Uniform. Upstar. Mike. Upstar. Papa. Charlie. Lima. Get back. Mike. India. Golf. Uniform. Papa. Lima. Get back. 7. Charlie. Sierra. Bravo. Mike. Sierra. Charlie. Lima. This is autograph. Standing by.
Autocrat. Standing by for traffic. I say again, this is Autocrat. Standing by for traffic. Autocrat, out.